I asked Perplexity to provide me with a recap of what we did last time. We designed a sprint document for a feature branch, and that feature branch is music catalog integration. We want to be able to start capturing music from some kind of source catalog that adheres to the design requirements that we have at this stage for our application. So the sprint is, core premise is to use Internet Archive as a lean zero infrastructure first provider while keeping the architecture provider neutral. The sprint avoids premature investment in back-end infrastructure, which is the most common trap at this stage, according to Perplexity. I'm not sure why it's saying that. Curious to learn more about that. Internet Archive is the right call for now. It eliminates three biggest early risks simultaneously: legal exposure, infrastructure cost, and API complexity. The Free Music Archive rejection reasoning is airtight. Hot linking prohibition, plus the need to avoid rehosting, makes FMA a non-starter for Simulison. The scope is lean but not artificially so. 7 tasks is more than you might expect for a lean sprint. Let the task decompose cleanly. Alright, so the plan is to integrate an instrumental leaning, legally safe background music catalog into Simulison so users can discover music via presets and optional filters without disrupting the app's dual audio focus. The first live integration target is the Internet Archive, accessed through lightweight metadata search with no self-hosted audio infrastructure. This sprint document is a live progress tracker. Update the sprint status above and each task's status line as work progresses. So I created a sprint document for this branch of music catalog integration. So here at the very start of the sprint, I have a summary, the name of the feature that we're implementing, the type of, I suppose that means type of sprint that we're working on. And then we have branch, and the status is that we have not started this sprint yet. We are integrating an instrumental leaning, legally safe background music catalog into our application so users can discover music via presets and optional filters without disrupting the app's dual audio focus. The first live integration target is Internet Archive access through lightweight metadata search with no self-hosted audio infrastructure. And here is a legend to update the document. So here's some more context about the sprint. Simulisten is designed for simultaneous listening. Users follow spoken content while background music supports focus, relaxation, and everyday tasks. All music tracks in Simulisten are background music, not primary content. The catalog must bias towards non-lyrical, instrumental, non-disruptive tracks and stay out of the user's way. The living docs govern this sprint. Current architecture, hard constraints, and safe agent surfaces. So we have the architecture markdown file, the invariance markdown, and agent limits markdown. This is a draft checkpoint, not a final locked plan. Refine tasks and heuristics as implementation teaches us more. Now the strategy for the provider that we're going to integrate. The first target will be Internet Archive. The reason we're using this source catalog is because it has a large corpus of freely licensed public domain audio, including Netlabel's collection of instrumentals of electronic music, public stable metadata search API, plus a per item metadata endpoint that exposes file lists with directly streamable audio URLs. No hot linking restriction, no API key gate, no requirement to host audio ourselves. Lightweight approach. No self-hosting, no ingestion, server, no custom backend. Simulisten queries the Internet Archive. Metadata search inspects item metadata / files client side and streams directly. Any drift toward backend or ingestion infrastructure is out of scope for this sprint. Any drift towards backend or ingestion infrastructure. Yeah, I would say so. I would agree with that. Free Music Archive was evaluated and remains a plausible future source, but it is not the first live integration target. FMA does not allow hot linking, does not allow forwarding user search queries. Working around either restriction would require downloading and rehosting audio, which we do not want to do right now. Objectives for this sprint. We're going to define the preset intent and query profiles for the 4 presets before any provider code is written, which means preset profiles, that's basically like the certain kind of mood for the music. So you could have like ambient, chill, more energetic. So that's what the preset profile is going to define, are those different kinds of themes, I suppose. Second objective is going to be establishing global and preset specific search heuristics that make raw Internet Archive results background safe. So basically when users are searching through the application, they're not trying to, or they're not receiving a bunch of music options that are clearly unideal options, such as music with lyrics, anything that's just disruptive to their listening to the main primary content, which is the spoken audio. And the spoken audio is going to be audiobooks, podcasts, or any kind of speeches. So the third objective is going to be implementing a lightweight Internet Archive music provider, returning normalized provider-neutral catalog results. So I'm a little curious on what that means. Implement a lightweight Internet Archive music provider. Is that not really sure what that means. Alright, for number 4, build the preset first catalog user interface wired to real provider data. Build the preset first catalog user interface wired to real provider data. I mean, that sounds like a goal we want to accomplish, so I agree with that. And then the last objective is to preserve all invariants and keep the architecture document aligned. So after the changes, once we're finished and we approve that we've successfully completed this sprint, we're going to update the architecture document to reflect the current state once we merge this branch into main. Preset intent. 4 presets, which is going to be like chill, ambient, classical, hip-hop. I forget exactly what they are. Oh, here, they're listed. Focus music, ambient, chill, classical. Deeper filtering is an optional later layer. Presets come first. Alright, so we don't really need to look into that too much, because we're just defining what focus music means, what ambient music means, chill, classical. We gave our best definition when we first created this. Alright, so looking at what the first task is that our agent's going to work on, task 1 is going to be preset intent and query profiles. The agent's going to define a preset profile model that captures each preset's intent as data the provider layer can consume, such as name, short, intent description, include terms, exclude terms, and fallback queries. So include and exclude terms are basically things that are going to be used to identify whether something fits within our scope of music we're looking for, and if we identify any exclude terms, we're basically going to filter those options as not searchable, so that our user doesn't have to scramble through all these different audio files that just don't work well with the application. So this task is considered completed when the preset profile exists with all 4 presets populated from the profiles in task 3. I'm going to take a quick second to see how the music sounds in the stream. The music is okay. I mean, if it's bothering anybody, let me know. So task 1 is considered done when preset profile exists with all 4 presets populated from the profiles in task 3. Compiles cleanly and contains no provider-specific fields. Task 3 is the preset-specific heuristics and initial query profiles. Layer preset-specific terms on top of the global filter. Initial profiles. Task 2 is Global Internet Archive Search Heuristics. Define the base filter applied to every catalog query, independent of presets. Let's have Claude CLI review the existing code base. And then also review the feature branch sprint for music catalog integration, and then provide a report on any material. There's this term called material disassociation that I want to use. Material disassociation. It was a term that I heard in a podcast. I really liked it. Let me see if I can find it.
It fundamentally alters the physical and cognitive mechanics of how we must read code.
Yeah, he breaks this down beautifully by looking at the historical difference between how a junior engineer reads a screen versus how a senior.
You want it to accept a new currency.
Standard task.
So you look at the file list, and alongside the payment controller, you see the AI also touched an email marketing template file.
Red alert.
Why? That makes zero sense based on the prompt. That structural anomaly demands an immediate investigation before you even look at the payment code.
Because if the AI is touching an email template when you asked it to change a payment gateway, it either deeply misunderstood the architecture or
Can confidently hallucinate an entire library or just invent an API endpoint that doesn't even exist.
Yeah, Shimoda anticipates that exact pushback. And it is vital to understand the difference here. He is absolutely not advocating for skimming.
Okay, because skimming sounds like a recipe for disaster.
It is. Skimming implies a lack of attention, right?
Yeah.
It implies a casual glossing over of the material because you're in a hurry. What he is describing is scanning for structural integrity.
Scanning, not skimming.
Right. It's a highly active, highly engaged, almost forensic process. You aren't skipping the details. You are looking for anomalies in the architecture to tell you which specific details you need to read token by token.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. It's like a structural engineer walking into a building.
Exactly.
They don't immediately pull out a magnifying glass and inspect every single nail in the drywall. They look for cracks in the foundation or, a load-bearing beam that seems slightly off-center. They scan for structural integrity, and when they find an anomaly, then they zoom in with the microscope.
That is the exact mechanism. And this is why Shimoda argues so passionately that pair reviewing diffs is one of the highest leverage activities an AI adopting team can do.
Pair reviewing, not pair programming.
Exactly. Pair reviewing the AI's output. You pair Shimoda the exact mechanism. And this is why Shimoda argues so passionately that pair reviewing diffs is one of the highest leverage activities an AI adopting team.
Zoom in with the microscope.
That is the exact mechanism. And this is why Shimoda argues so passionately that pair reviewing diffs is one of the highest leverage activities an AI adopting team can do.
Pair reviewing, not pair programming.
Exactly. Pair reviewing the AI's output. You pair a junior with a senior, not to catch a missing semicolon, but to explicitly teach the junior how the senior engineer's brain recognizes that a newly generated payment module has the wrong structural shape.
You are transferring the heuristic, the mental model, before they've even read the variables.
Precisely. You're teaching them the visual vocabulary of your specific stack.
Well, this transitions us beautifully into Shimoda's specific method for doing this in practice. Because he doesn't just leave us with vague advice to, go read the shape.
No, he's very practical.
He gives us a concrete, highly actionable 5-step technique. He calls it impressionistic scanning.
Impressionistic scanning. I love that term.
The fundamental idea is that you read the diff from a distance first, and then you only zoom in on the details that trip your internal alarms. So let's walk through the mechanics of those 5 steps because they are a brilliant defense against being totally overwhelmed.
Let's do it. So, step one, the file list.
The file list, just the names of the files.
Right. Before you look at a single line of actual code, you look at the raw list of files the AI agent decided to change in this pull request. You are asked a set of files surprising. A single line.
A distance first, and then you only zoom in on the details that trip your internal alarms. So let's walk through the mechanics of those 5 steps because they are a brilliant defense against being totally overwhelmed.
Let's do it. So, step one, the file list.
The file list, just the names of the files.
Right. Before you look at a single line of actual code, you look at the raw list of files the AI agent decided to change in this pull request. You are asking one simple question. Is this set of files surprising?
Shimoda gives a fantastic example of this in the book. Say you prompted the agent to modify a payment handler, right? You want it to accept a new currency.
Standard task.
So you look at the file list, and alongside the payment controller, you see the AI also touched an email marketing template file.
Red alert.
Why? That makes zero sense based on the prompt. That structural anomaly demands an immediate investigation before you even look at the payment code.
Because if the AI is touching an email template when you asked it to change a payment gateway, it either deeply misunderstood the architecture or it's trying to do something wild, like hard code a currency symbol into an email that should be dynamic.
Right. So that's step one. What's step two?
Step two dives a layer deeper. Import and dependency changes. Shimoda notes that new imports are the single most reliable signal of hidden commitments in the code.
Hidden commitments. Explain that.
Whenever an AI brings in a new library, it is tying your application to a new external dependency.
He highlights a massive red flag here. A newly imported client for an external service.
Yes.
Like, if you ask the AI to refactor a local database query just to make it run faster, and suddenly you see an import aws.s3.client at the very top of the file.
We pull the emergency brake.
Immediately. Because the AI has decided, for whatever probabilistic reason, that it needs to talk to a third-party cloud API that you never explicitly asked for.
Right, and you have to trace why it made that massive leap in logic. Did it decide to back up the query results to the cloud? Did it hallucinate a logging feature? You have to know before you approve it.
Okay, so that's imports. Step 3 is where a lot of teams get tripped up, I think.
Yeah, step 3 deals with resolving ambiguity. You look at the test of it.
The tests. Always the tests.
Always. When you see that the actual behavior of the application changed in the AI's proposed code, but the test files didn't change at all, you have a critical ambiguity.
Let's pause on that because the mechanism here is so important for people to grasp. If the behavior changed, but the tests didn't, there are really only 2 possibilities.
Right. Either the new behavior happens to be covered by older, very broad tests made.
Highlights a massive red flag here. A newly imported client for an external service.
Yes.
Like, if you ask the AI to refactor a local database query just to make it run faster, and suddenly you see an import aws.s3.client at the very top of the file.
We pull the emergency brake.
Immediately. Because the AI has decided, for whatever probabilistic reason, that it needs to talk to a third-party cloud API that you never explicitly asked for.
Right, and you have to trace why it made that massive leap in logic. Did it decide to back up the query results to the cloud? Did it hallucinate a logging feature? You have to know before you approve it.
Okay, so that's imports. Step 3 is where a lot of teams get tripped up, I think.
Yeah, step 3 deals with resolving ambiguity. You look at the test of it.
The tests. Always the tests.
Always. When you see that the actual behavior of the application changed in the AI's proposed code, but the test files didn't change at all, you have a critical ambiguity.
Let's pause on that because the mechanism here is so important for people to grasp. If the behavior changed, but the tests didn't, there are really only 2 possibilities.
Right. Either the new behavior happens to be covered by older, very broad tests, which is technically possible, but let's be real, it's pretty rare.
Very rare. Or Much more likely, this brand new behavior is entirely untested, and the agent simply forgot to write the test.
Exactly. And you have to resolve that ambiguity definitively before you read a single line of the production code. If there are no new tests, you send it right back.
Okay, step 4. This is where we get into the literal visual shape we were talking about earlier.
Right. Step 4 is the shape. This is where you are spotting the shortcuts the AI might have taken to just brute force a solution.
Because they do that a lot.
All the time. You are visually scanning for long, monolithic functions. Deep nested loops. Or duplicated if-else conditionals.
If the code looks like a giant, solid gray block of text scrolling relentlessly down your screen without any modular breaks,
The AI probably panicked.
yes, it didn't architect a clean solution, it just kept adding if statements until the compiler finally stopped complaining.
It's a classic hallmark of generative code. It finds a local maximum that works, but it's architecturally horrific.
Which brings us to the final step. Step 5. Names.
Names are so critical. Shimoda writes that bad names are the literal fingerprints of weak intent.
I have to share a quick story here because this exact step hits so close to home for me.
Oh, let's hear it.
At a previous job, we had an AI agent helping us refactor this big data this only shifts. You are no longer typing syntax, your fingers aren't moving on the keyboard as much.
Which feels for us engineers.
Right. The researchers found that judges are significantly less likely to grant a prisoner parole late in the day, specifically right before a meal break.
Just because they're hungry?
Well, hungry, yes, but mostly because their cognitive budget for making complex, highly nuanced, keeping the person in prison requires less across multiple engineering teams using AI.
And the results are pretty scary.
He notes that the specific code changes, the diffs that end up causing massive production incidents, the ones that literally take down servers.
They aren't evenly distributed throughout the day, are they?
No, they are disproportionately approved in the last 2 hours of the workday.
It makes so much sense. Think about your own IDE right now. If you're listening to this on your commute file,
Because I'm going to focus really hard and read every line at 4:30 p.m.
but number 2, what could possibly go wrong with this approach?
And question number 3, what is the absolute...
Be specific questions.
Question number 1, what exactly did this code change?
Question number 2, what could possibly go wrong with this approach?
And question number 3, what is the absolute minimum test required to prove that this change is safe?
What changed? What could go wrong? What is the test?
If you cannot fluently articulate the answers to all 3 of those questions, you reject the diff, period.
You do not merge it. You send it back to the agent for revision. Or you sit down and rewrite it yourself.
It acts as a structural break on the autocomplete trap. It forces your brain out of passive observation and snaps it back into active engagement.
I want to tell a story from the book that perfectly illustrates the macro version of this disengagement because it reads like a thriller for developers.
Oh, the startup founder story.
Yes, it's a cautionary case study. So, you did throughout the day, aren't
Sounded like a harmless local variable just holding some temporary cache. So we deployed it to our staging environment, and it completely wiped the entire user schema.
Wow, just from a bad name.
It took us a full day to rebuild staging. If a variable is called data2 or temp handler, it means the AI didn't fully understand the domain logic it was supposed to be modeling.
That is a perfect illustration. A vague name isn't just a style guide violation. And it's not just your linter complaining, it is a lack of conceptual clarity.
Means the machine didn't know what it was building.
Exactly. But to understand why these 5 steps, the file lists, the imports, the tests, the shape, and the names are so crucial, we have to look at the biology underlying all of this.
Right, because Shimoda points out that impressionistic scanning isn't just about catching bugs.
A full report should be generated called Impressionistic Scanning Review on Music Catalog Integration Sprint and Current Architecture and Code-Based Review. Before we start our implementation, we want Claude to consider these 5 things.
It's actually a defense mechanism against a very specific biological limit.
The brain's cognitive budget.
Yes. When you use an agentic AI workflow to code, your role fundamentally shifts. You are no longer typing syntax, your fingers aren't moving on the keyboard as much.
Which feels faster. Right.
It feels faster, but mentally. You are making a relentless, high-speed, non-stop stream of micro decisions.
Do I accept this diff? Is this test rigorous enough? Does this naming convention match our domain? Why did it import this library?
It is exhausting.
Yeah.
And it's not just a metaphor. It is physically exhausting for the prefrontal cortex.
Shimoda connects this workflow directly
I'll
to
be
the
right back. I'm
scientific
just going
literature on
to
decision.
step away from it. I got to
Which
use
is
the restroom.
fascinating.
It really is. We've all probably heard about those famous behavioral economics studies involving like parole boards, but the mechanism is what matters for us engineers.
Right. The researchers found that judges are significantly less likely to grant a prisoner parole late in the day, specifically right before a meal break.
Just because they're hungry?
Well, hungry, yes, but mostly because their cognitive budget for making complex, highly nuanced, high-stakes decisions is completely depleted.
Ah.
They experience what psychologists call ego depletion.
Right. And so what does the human brain do when it's depleted?
It defaults to the absolute easiest, safest, lowest energy option. And for a judge on a parole board, the low energy option is to maintain the status quo.
Which means denying parole.
Exactly. Keeping the person in prison requires less cognitive justification than taking a risk and letting them out.
And the exact same physiological phenomenon happens with doctors too.
Really?
Yeah. At the end of a long 12-hour shift, doctors order significantly more unnecessary tests and prescribe more antibiotics than they do at the beginning of their shift.
Wow, just to be safe.
Exactly. They're simply too cognitively depleted to do the hard analytical work of differential diagnosis, so they just default to, run all the tests or give them the broad spectrum pills just to be safe. It takes less brain power.
And this is where Shimoda brings this chilling anecdotal evidence over to the software world. Because he has looked at the telemetry data across multiple engineering teams using AI.
And the results are pretty scary.
He notes that the specific code changes, the diffs that end up causing massive production incidents, the ones that literally take down servers.
They aren't evenly distributed throughout the day, are they?
No, they are disproportionately approved in the last 2 hours of the workday.
It makes so much sense. Think about your own IDE right now. If you're listening to this on your commute, think about how you operate at 4:30 p.m. on a Thursday.
Your cognitive budget is gone. You are running on fumes.
You've been making decisions all day. Then the AI pops up and proposes a 300-line block of code for a new feature. You glance at it, the syntax highlighting looks right.
The linter isn't throwing any red squiggly lines,
It compiles, so you just hit approve.
which leads us right into the trap. Shimoda calls it the autocomplete trap. And it is seductive precisely because it preys on that decision fatigue.
Because the code the AI generates is locally plausible.
Locally plausible. That is the perfect phrase.
It really is. If you look at any 10 lines of the generated code in total isolation, it makes sense.
The loops close. The variables are typed correctly.
It compiles. It even passes the old pre-existing unit tests. So you accept it, piece by piece, file by file.
And the consequences are terrifying. Hours later, or maybe days later, a subsystem of your application has grown by 2,000 lines.
And technically it works. The feature does what the product manager asked for.
But if you pulled that engineer into a conference room, threw the code on a screen, and asked them to defend a single architectural decision within that new 2,000-line block.
Like, why did you use a factory pattern here? Why did you handle the database connection pool this specific way?
They couldn't do it.
They couldn't do it because they didn't make those decisions. The AI did.
And the AI doesn't hold the pager. The engineer has devolved from an author, a creator of systems, into a mere approver of generated text.
Here's where it gets really interesting. How does an engineer structurally defend against this trap?
Because raw willpower clearly isn't enough.
No, not at all.
I know from my own experience, you can't just tell yourself, I'm going to focus really, really hard and read every line at 4:30 p.m. The human brain physically does not work that way. The glucose levels in your prefrontal cortex are literally depleted.
You need a structural system, not a motivational poster.
Exactly. And Shimoda provides one. He has this brilliant hard and fast rule that he enforces on all his teams. He calls it the minimum engagement threshold.
I love this rule. It is a mandatory checklist for any code change larger than a dozen lines.
Right. So if it's just a typo fix, whatever. But anything substantial.
Exactly. Before your finger is allowed to click the accept button on that diff, You must be able to out loud answer 3 specific questions.
Question number 1. What exactly did this code change?
Question number 2, what could possibly go wrong with this approach?
And question number 3. What is the absolute minimum test required to prove that this change is safe?
What changed? What could go wrong? What is the test?
If you cannot fluently articulate the answers to all 3 of those questions, you reject the diff, period.
You do not merge it. You send it back to the agent for revision, or you sit down and rewrite it yourself.
It acts as a structural break on the autocomplete trap. It forces your brain out of passive observation and snaps it back into active engagement.
I want to tell a story from the book that perfectly illustrates the macro version of this disengagement, because it reads like a thriller for developers.
Oh, the startup founder story.
Yes, it's a cautionary case study. So there's the startup founder. He used a highly advanced agentic AI workflow to build a massive prototype of a logistics platform.
Logistics platforms are notoriously complex too.
Right, so many moving parts. And he generated 40,000 lines of code.
Wow.
And he did it in a single weekend.
It's an unbelievable metric. A Herculean output that would have taken a team of 5 solid engineers months to build manually just like 3 years ago.
Right. And on Monday morning, it sounds like the ultimate Silicon Valley success story. He takes this 40,000 line prototype into investor meetings.
And he runs a live demo.
He runs it live. The UI is snappy, the backend handles the requests, the database updates perfectly, it works flawlessly, and he actually raises his seed round of funding based entirely on that Monday demo.
The euphoria has been absolutely
Oh,
incredible.
totally. But then Thursday rolls around, the brutal twist. By Thursday, he sits down to add a simple new feature. He just wants to add a new shipping provider to the platform.
Seems easy enough.
He opens the code base, tries to make a small change, and realizes the entire system is completely, fundamentally unmaintainable.
Man.
He can't make a single change without breaking 3 other things in completely unrelated files. Shimoda explains the precise mechanical nature of the failure here. The code base had local coherence, but global contradiction.
Let's really dig into what that means, because that is the absolute hallmark of unchecked AI generation. The agent wrote 40 different files over the weekend, right?
Yeah.
And inside each individual file, the logic was sound. A function that parsed a string did it correctly.
Yeah.
A function that calculated tax did the math right.
But zooming out to the architectural level.
Total chaos.
Yeah.
Shimoda details how 2 completely different modules in the system had independently invented their own version of an order object.
Ooh.
Yeah, one module thought an order needed a shipping gid string, and another module thought an order needed an array of fulfillment objects,
And they were just colliding in the database.
actively colliding.
Yeah.
The platform had 3 different configuration systems that the AI had just hallucinated out of thin air, and they were actively fighting each other to set environment variables.
What about the automated tests? Surely they caught some of this.
That is the most insidious part. The tests all passed perfectly,
Wait, how is that possible?
because the AI had generated the test files at the exact same time it generated the flawed features. So the tests share the exact same flawed assumptions. The test for the wrong order object asserted that the wrong fields were present. It was an echo chamber of bad architecture.
It is the autocomplete trap at an industrial scale. The engagement per line of generated code was basically 0.
He had traded his structural understanding of the system for pure speed, and the debt came due in 3 days.
So how did he fix it?
To fix this tangled mess, this founder literally had to throw out half of the 40,000 lines of code.
Just delete it.
Tossed it. He had to physically sit down with a whiteboard, write a massive comprehensive context document mapping out the real global domain entities. He had to decide, once and for all, what an order actually was.
And then rebuild it.
He had to rebuild the entire system over 3 grueling weeks. Cost him a month of runway, his investors were asking where the progress was, and he barely slept.
The economic implication here is just profound. Shimoda synthesizes the moral of the story, and the lesson is absolutely not don't use AI to generate code quickly.
No, because then you just lose to the competitor who does.
Right. The fundamental law of AI native development is that human engagement must scale with code generation.
I'm going to repeat that because it feels like the thesis statement of the entire decade to come. Engagement must scale with generation.
When the physical generation of code becomes practically free, which, let's face it, it now is, Human engagement becomes the ultimate scarce resource.
It is the new bottleneck of modern software engineering.
Exactly. If you cannot pace your cognitive engagement, you cannot pace your project. You will simply generate technical debt at the speed of light.
So how do we pace it? How do we build systems that actually protect our attention?
Shimoda lays out the antidote to this material disengagement. He details 7 observable causal habits of engineers who successfully use AI without falling into the autocomplete trap.
And I love this section of the book because these aren't vague philosophical concepts. They are highly specific daily practices. Let's walk through the mechanisms of why these work. Habit number 1, verbalize.
Verbalize. When you are reading a complex diff proposed by an AI, you literally talk to yourself.
Out loud.
Out loud, you speak the logic. Or you talk to a rubber duck on your desk. You say, okay, this function handles the success case. It maps the payload to the database. But wait, where does it handle the network timeout exception?
I know it sounds a bit crazy to sit in an open plan office or even your home office just talking to your monitor.
It does look weird.
But the neuroscience behind this is rock solid. When we read silently, our brain easily slips into what's called the default mode network.
Which is what?
It's a passive state where our eyes scan the words, but our mind wanders. It is incredibly easy for your eyes to just glaze over a missing try-catch block.
Oh, I've done that 100 times.
But the physical act of speaking out loud forces your brain to shift into the task-positive network. It forces active, sequential cognitive engagement. You literally cannot speak a sentence without processing its meaning.
It is a biological hack to maintain focus. I love that.
Habit number 2 is deeply related. Predict before looking.
This is crucial for test files. Before you open a test file that the AI generated to accompany a new feature, you pause.
You don't look at the screen.
You don't look. You ask yourself, if I were writing these tests manually, what edge cases would I expect to see covered? You build a hypothesis in your mind first.
And then, and only then, you open the file and compare the AI's work to your mental model.
The mechanism there is that bugs hide in the mismatch between what you expected and what the AI actually did.
Right. If you expected a test for negative integers and the AI only tested positive integers, that mismatch jumps off the screen immediately because you primed your brain to look for it.
If you had just opened the file passively, you would have nodded along to the positive test and just moved on.
Habit 3, run the thing.
Run the thing. It sounds so basic, but it is the most skipped step in the modern workflow.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't just read the diff in your editor interface. Actually, check out the branch to your local machine, start the local development server, open the browser, and physically click the button on the UI.
I am so guilty of skipping this. I really am. The friction of pulling the branch down, dealing with local Docker containers waiting for the build, it's just so tempting to trust the Cloud PR preview in the text diff.
But Shimoda explains why this is fatal. Shifting from passive reading to active physical validation changes your perspective.
A glaring logical bug that slips right past your eyes during a text read will often trip you up immediately the second you actually try to interact with the component as a user.
Habit 4 is a fantastic way to use the AI against itself. Ask the agent to explain.
Okay, how does that work in practice?
If you are reviewing code that the AI wrote and you don't fully grasp the architecture of it, you stop reviewing. You open the chat interface and ask the agent directly, explain to me why you chose this specific approach over a traditional switch statement.
And a good model, if prompted correctly, will reveal the underlying assumptions that drove its generation.
Right. It might say, I used a strategy pattern here to allow for easier extension of payment types in the future. And you think, okay, that's great.
But the real value is when the agent fails.
Yes. If the agent replies with a vague, circular, hand-wavy answer that sounds like, corporate jargon.
That is a massive, screaming red flag. It means the model doesn't actually understand the code it generated. It just probabilistically guessed the syntax.
And that is your signal to dig deeper and probably just reject the diff entirely.
Habit 5, maintain a personal log.
This doesn't need to be a formal document. It's just a simple, compressed, handwritten note on your desk of what surprised you today or what architectural decisions you deferred.
It resists that terrible feeling of your workday turning into a blur of micro decisions, where you log off at 5 p.m. and can't remember a single thing you actually accomplished.
Habit 6 goes right back to the cognitive budget we discussed with the parole boards. Take breaks.
Especially before high-stakes architectural reviews.
You have to respect your own biological limits. You simply cannot do a deep, rigorous security review of an AI-generated authentication module at 4:45 p.m. on a Friday.
you are medically incapable of providing the necessary scrutiny.
And then there's habit 7.
This is the one that completely blew my mind and honestly changed how I work.
Reject more than accept.
Shimoda pulled the telemetry data, right? And he found that the absolute best, highest performing, most productive engineers using AI, the ones who are shipping the most stable code, have a rejection to acceptance ratio of 3-1.
That statistic is staggering.
He's sometimes even higher. Think about what that means. I have to admit, hearing about that 3-1 ratio makes me feel a bit guilty.
Because your ratio is lower.
Way lower. Because my default state when I'm tired is just to hit.
All right. Section 3.1 refers to the sprint itself. It's a subsection. Okay, that section currently states the lightweight scope boundary. No self-hosting, no ingestion server, no custom backend, and explains why Internet Archive was chosen. It's also the section the scan report points to when it says the Sprint doc licensing rationale plus invariant 7 constraint row arguably is the documented license review. But the doc never says which route it intends, referring to unresolved provider enum tag question 6.4. So the recommended edit isn't to, okay, it's a small addition to the existing subsection, making the provider tag decision explicit. So section 3.1 licensing rationale actually connects to a concrete implementation choice rather than leaving it implicit. Okay, either amend section 3.1 or add a short new subsection stating explicitly Internet Archive catalog items use provider, and here's why that satisfies. Invariant 7's documented license review requirement. This should also settle the style tag placement. The dot remote bypass finding is the single most important discovery in the scan. It reveals that the sprint task 4 done when criterion and task 6 both rest on an unstated decision. What provider tag catalog item carries? The existing precedent .remote URL provider.local for podcast itself is a mislabel, so copying it doesn't just inherit debt, it means Internet Archive items would be invisible and therefore invisible to whatever governs. The report's fallback options are correctly stated as genuinely open. Add a new provider case with the license review paper trail required, or knowingly reuse with the mislabel and document why that's acceptable this one time. What recommendations do you have for provider tag decision? And explain how the recommendations explain how each decision could affect the project. .cli prompt sprint document update. Sprint document update, provider tag decision, update the sprint. Add a new subsection stating Internet Archive catalog items are tagged with a new provider.internet archive case, not .local, and not any existing case. This avoids the mislabeling precedent already present in the podcast path, which causes Internet Archive items to bypass source-manager.repo and become invisible to provider label enforcement. Adding .internet archive as a distinct case is the documented license review record this sprint performs for Invariant 7 purposes. Now, what is Invariant 7? Invariant 7 is no terms of service incompatible providers ever. Spotify, Apple Music, blah, 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 blah. Any new provider case must ship with documented confirmation that its license permits simultaneous playback alongside other audio stream. Source Manager's exhaustive switch must gain an Internet Archive ARM as part of Task 4. This is an explicitly sanctioned edit to that file for this sprint, not scope drift. Update Task 4 description and done when criteria to explicitly state, I gotta download this file. Download as Markdown. Yeah, alright. What not to change in this pass, do not create the provider.internet archive case in code yet. After editing, output a short diff summary so the change can be reviewed before commit. Sprint status change catalog. Add a note on future scaling. Perplexity is thinking. Alright. Your current manual rebuild and verify workflow is a real testing method. It's just a different kind of test than what Task 2 and 4 done-win criteria currently assume. And understanding that difference is what determines whether you need a formal test target now or can defer it. What manual rebuild and verify actually covers well. Okay. Your workflow already satisfies what Task 5 and Task 6 need. It does not by itself satisfy what Task 2 and 4 currently ask for in writing. Unit coverage and unit test or preview are specific claims that a manual rebuild verify pass doesn't produce evidence for. So the real decision isn't my workflow good enough, it's do we want Task 2/4's done-win criteria to require automated proof of the filtering logic, or do we want to rewrite this criteria to formally accept manual preview verification as sufficient? I'll do manual. Alright, we're gonna do manual verification rather than automated verification, I guess. Which is how I've been doing it already. And I don't really want to change that method. It doesn't take that format. Give me a better format, please. Yeah, I know the error happened because the commit message contained apostrophes. I was gonna say astrophes. Atrophy is the word that I was saying, but it has nothing to do with this. Apostrophe. Git push. Alright, we're back in business. Now that you have access to the updated sprint document, provide a prompt for Claude Code to begin the sprint task 1 sprint. Please make sure to review the updated document. Why does my login expire in 4 days? Easy fix. Just type /login. I reviewed the latest sprint documents available, specifically blah 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 blah. The prompt. I was not able to directly refetch the live markdown file in this environment, so I updated prompt based on sprint doc content already retrieved earlier plus the exact diffs you pasted afterwards. Since the repo locally, Claude should still read the current from disk before editing, which the prompt explicitly requires. Okay, that's good. It's good enough. Where are so the prompt you provided earlier is still good, or did you update it? Did you update it? I need to know. I updated it. Okay, well, give it to me. You didn't give it to me. Provide me with the updated document. I was about to get a little sassy. Okay. goodness. I'm pretty sure I prompted it already with this one. It would be so awesome if I could get the music integration complete by the end of this stream. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I would be so excited if I were able to add the music component to this application.
you like me to drop to short sprint task?
Not for that follow-up green environment.
Mosaics of chrome neon beads on the glass. Another cycle.
Two tasks remain before the provider itself gets built. I'll be right back. I gotta step away. Alright, I just realized my mic was muted. So I'm asking if Perplexity is inferring that the current task 3 instructions in the sprint do not specify which approach to take. Can you clarify that's different from task 2? Task 2 could be fully variable. Can you clarify what the differences are in a more elementary level? Because I'm not that smart. Thinking. Yes, that's the that's the exact gap, and you're right to ask for it in plainer terms because it's a subtle sequencing issue. What task 3 actually says, each preset query returns greater than or equal to 5 qualitatively appropriate tracks against the live API. That sentence requires two things to exist: a finished query, which task 2 plus 3 together produce, something that actually sends that query to the Internet Archive over the internet and gets back real results, a network call. Task 3's own text never says who builds number 2. It just assumes it happens. Task 4 is titled Internet Archived Music Provider and is described as the thing that turns a preset profile into the Internet Archive query and normalizes the results. Task 4 is officially where the real networking code gets built. So you have a small chicken and egg problem. Task 3 can't be marked done without seeing live results. Getting live results normally requires Task 4 code, but Task 4 isn't supposed to start until Task 3 is done. The sprint document doesn't resolve this. It just lists the tasks in order and assumes the live check in Task 3 will somehow happen. Option 1, build a tiny throwaway network call just for Task 3. Pull a small piece of Task 4 forward and build it for real. Option 1 is faster today, but you write it twice. Option 2 is a bit more work today, but you only write the network calling code once. Given how carefully you've been keeping task boundaries clean in this session, my instinct is option 1, because it keeps Task 3's commits small and true to its own description. Which would align with best practices of an experienced software developer. Okay, so it wants to do option 1. A disposable Scratch script is the best approach. When would we actually dispose of the script? Should this be a one-time note specific to task 3, or should it be phased as a reusable team convention? Live data validation before building permanent provider code uses a disposable Spike script. Results recorded here, script deleted. So it applies automatically if this pattern comes up for, given how deliberately you've been building durable conventions this session, I'd lean towards phrasing it as the latter. Want me to fold both of these into task 3 prompt now, phased as a general convention rather than a one-off? Explain why a general convention would be the best approach. The sprint zone doc already tells you that it will.
Yeah, late nights.
Late nights. Late nights. Oh, excuse me.
Claude did what tuning is actually supposed to do. It found the real qualitative failures the numeric bar alone would have hidden, and fixed them with evidence rather than guesswork. Let's walk through the substance. The classical finding is the most important thing in this report. Past the greater than or equal to 5 standard, but failed qualitatively. This is exactly the kind of trap the Sprint Doc Section 5 intent descriptions were meant to catch, and it's easy to see how a less careful pass could have rubber stamped it as a pass since the raw count looked fine. The root cause: net labels being genuinely thin on classical repertoire is a real structural fact about the provider, not a heuristics bug, and it correctly gets escalated as forward guidance for Task 4 rather than something Task 3 tries to solve by over-tuning terms against a dataset that just doesn't have the content. LibriVox leak is a well-handled scope boundary, catching that audiobooks, which is 2 words, in LibriVox don't token match the global exclusion list's audiobooks is a sharp catch. What? LibriVox leak is a well-handled scope boundary. Catching that audiobooks, which is 2 words, in LibriVox don't token match the global exclusion list's audiobooks is a sharp catch. Okay, I can see what it's saying. It's because audiobooks is 2 words, but we have an exclusion list for the music search which says do not call for audiobooks, or to exclude anything that says audiobooks. But it's identifying that there's audiobooks which is split into 2 words. So it caught that. Exactly the kind of tokenization edge case the earlier work on negation matching should have made Claude sensitive to. Fixing it locally in classicals excludes while explicitly flagging it as a candidate for the global list in Task 4 is the right scope discipline. It solves today's problem without unilaterally rewriting Task 2's global exclusion list, which wasn't already committed. What is that? It made up a word. Wasn't already. That is not a word. Oh, I can't believe it. Wasn't already. It looks like your message might have been a typo. Oh my goodness. My confidence has gone down. It speaks so well, and then it gives me a word like this. Term changes are evidence-backed, not guesses. Every removal in addition cites a specific offending or a validating title. The saxophone pop items removed by Romantic, Mozart, Beethoven items surfaced by Sonata Concerto, and the changes were re-verified live with rather than assumed to work. That's the difference between tuning and thrashing. Each change is traceable to a concrete failure it fixes. Spike discipline held completely. Compiling the spike against the actual preset profile Swift in Internet Archive query heuristic.swift rather than re-implementing the logic separately is a good detail. It means the live verification tested exactly what ships, not an approximation of it. And the disposal confirmation gives you checkable fact, not just a claim. One thing to note for Task 4 planning, not a blocker now. 2 forward-looking findings are now sitting in the Sprint doc waiting for Task 4. Classical will likely need prefer net labels set equal to false as its default rather than its fallback. And the global exclusion list may want LibriVox and audiobooks added. Both are correctly deferred rather than acted on now. Flag them for yourself when we get there so they don't get lost between now and Task 4's prompt. So it's saying task 3 is committed or complete. Is there any way to test task 3? Once this is committed, task 1 through 3 form a clean traceable preset. Okay. Please explain why your suggestion is good. Please tell me why your suggestion is what I should do moving forward, so that I can build this with confidence. Option B, a small wrapper type instead of a field on audio item, is the better call because it keeps the reason audio item exists coherent rather than letting one content type UI needs. Rather than letting one content type's UI needs leak into a type every other content type also has to carry. Why optional field creep is a real cost, not a style preference. There's a well-known warning sign in domain modeling. If a field only makes sense for some instances of a type and is meaningless for others, that's usually a signal the type is combining two different concepts that should be separated, not a signal to just add the field and move on. A style tag describing a mood or genre character is meaningful for a discovery-oriented catalog track, but meaningless for a podcast episode or an audiobook chapter. the two other content types audio item already represents. Adding it directly to audio item means every consumer of that type now carries a field that's nil or irrelevant for them forever, just because one content type needed it. Why a wrapper type is nearly free here. Okay. That sounds good. Let's proceed with task 4 draft. Hey, how's it going, Axios? Omnis. Are you doing fully local AI? No. I'm not. If I understand your question correctly, I'm using an AI agent. I'm using Claude CLI. And I'm also using Perplexity. Those are the two AIs that I'm using. I'm using Claude CLI to make code changes to my project locally, and then I verify that the changes are good by rebuilding the project, making sure that it still works, and then I use Perplexity to check the GitHub documents that help me stay within the guardrails for the objectives that I have. So Perplexity is able to utilize a GitHub API that is able to see the documents that I've set up that really both agents are referencing. But Claude does the actual code changes, where Perplexity does more higher level orchestration and administration. And I interact with Perplexity to negotiate the best kind of prompts to give to Claude CLI so that it can make the best kind of changes and optimize token consumption so that I'm not wasting tokens. No, you're all good. Yeah, that's in the bottom right. Yeah, I appreciate the question. What's your tech stack? What do you use? If you have any projects you're working on. I'm curious to know. One big thing I've recently changed in my workflow is I refactored some of the documents that I was using to define the architecture. I only had like one architecture document located in the root repository or the root directory of the project. But that architecture document was just saturated with a bunch of other information. So then I took a step back and I wanted to try to find out like what the best practices are for using AI agents to help you build software. And I'm still kind of learning, figuring it out. Okay, let's see. Claude prompt. Go ahead and send this one to Claude. It's unaffected by mix-up. What are you talking about? Reviewing the completed GitHub task and spike cleanup. Task 3 is already complete. Oh. I gave it the same task as before. Okay. There we go. Axios has a home lab with multi-agent orchestration, Claude, Hermes using GPT with a Pi file system with a shared mount, then use Git just for version control. I hear ya. I'm using what I can with the budget that I have available. If I had some more funds, I would definitely try to upgrade the resources that I have. I'd love to run things more locally at some point, to your previous question. Yeah, my setup is really elementary. I mean, I'm only using one agent, one Claude agent. I see a lot of people using like multiple agents and stuff, and I want to get to that level, but I'm just not quite there yet. I started vibe coding another application that would be native to Mac, where I just encapsulate the current workflow that I have. So I'm using Perplexity and I'm using Claude, and it works somewhat well for me. And I'm trying to create sort of like an all-in-one environment for me to be able to just optimize the way that I interact with these two tools. But I haven't spent as much time working on that. I made one video where I kind of introduced that topic. I'll have to work on it a little bit more, but for now, I'm just kind of taking baby steps. What was your first experience using multiple agents? Like, what kind of project were you working on where you decided you were going to use multiple AI agents? Like, how did you delegate tasks for each one? Did you create Markdown files or Python files or any kind of documentation that those agents would reference to give them their identity or their roles? Because like one thing that I was considering doing at a certain point would be like, okay, going from one agent that I'm working with to like one Claude agent to two Claude agents, or even three Claude agents. Like I was thinking of having like a front end agent, a back end agent, and then an orchestrator, because I've heard that kind of framework before, and so I thought that would be good because I have a like a pretty simple project I'm working on. There's a front end component, there's a back end component. If you move to the terminal and get comfy there, you will get more done. I used Fable on a couple accounts to build out my next few years' work. Yeah, I try to use the terminal as often as I can for like Git version control. That's mainly what I use it for. I prefer not, like, at some point maybe, but I prefer to run the Git commands myself rather than having Claude do it. I haven't been able to use Fable as much as I really would have liked. Like, once I heard that it was re-released, I was so excited. I was like, oh man, I can't wait to use it. But then I just didn't work on it, the project, for like 3 days. So I feel like I haven't really been able to get as much as I could have out of the model. But all in all, I'm just like kind of trying to make some progress on this. It's something I've been working on for the last several months. And then I thought, well, why don't I just start live streaming myself building it and learn how to do some vibe coding. And now I'm finding myself wanting to grow a YouTube channel for myself. And I have no idea where it's going to take me, but I'm starting to enjoy it. Just something that kind of keeps me accountable. And I just graduated school not too long ago, so I'm trying to just preserve my knowledge about my technical background and just keep myself working on projects and stuff. But regardless, you can build skills in the desktop to have Opus orchestrate and spawn subagents like Sonnet in cheaper models while it watches and then checks. I did build out a harness. Yeah, see, that sounds like something I'm just on the cusp of getting to practice myself. Like, I'm just getting comfortable. I just got Claude. I just got the Claude subscription not too long ago. Like, I was just using Perplexity. Not really. I mean, I was using Perplexity, but I was also using GitHub Copilot, which I really enjoyed. But it's not available right now, or I've, like, run out of credits on GitHub Copilot. I used to build projects in VS Code with GitHub Copilot. I had a subscription, but now they have, like, I don't know what they're doing. I haven't really checked in a little while. but I would use GitHub Copilot extension and VS Code, not to work on this project, but to work on like my school stuff. And then I would also use Xcode Copilot, which was pretty good, but I didn't really trust it, to be honest. I did not trust it because it was free. It was a free version, and so I just never really got comfortable using the Xcode Copilot, which I think is just ChatGPT. I don't know which model. This application is an iOS application. This is a dual audio player for simultaneous playback. So a user will select a learning track, such as like an audiobook podcast, and layer it over a music track with fully independent volume controls to build sort of like a personal listening experience. So for example, if I wanted to listen to an audiobook that I just purchased, and I wanted some kind of background music while I was at the gym, like let's say hip hop, I enjoy listening to hip hop, sometimes rock and roll. Not all music is going to go well together, so it's really like personal preference. Only instrumental music. There's no music that I'm going to remotely have accessible that is going to be considered like disruptive, and that's something that's been sort of a unique process to determine. I haven't really refined that kind of sourcing algorithm quite yet. I am right now integrating a music catalog. That is what this feature is that I'm working on. How do you validate demand for your application? Well, to be honest, I think that I'm just like trying to take a really holistic approach, which is solving a problem that I personally have. There may or may not be any demand beyond my own need, which is totally fine. But I've found that one of the reasons why I wanted to start building this application was I used to listen to like motivational videos on YouTube, or I would listen to like Khan Academy as I was studying like certain calculus problems or whatever. I would be listening to a tutor or a TED Talk, and I would always have music in the background, some kind of like lo-fi, ambient, or even like something more energetic. Yeah. I mean, if it solves my own problem and that's it, and nobody else, gets any value from it, that's totally fine. But I feel like I've shared this concept with other people, and they told me that it's something that they could see themselves playing around with. So I'm just trying to create a really good user experience that really works for me. And if it works for me, then maybe it'll work for somebody else. But I appreciate the question. That's a great question. It's a question I would have to answer if somebody who were interested in investing in this app would want me to be able to answer. And I don't think that they would be happy if I just said that I would be happy if I were the only user, or I were the only person whose problem is solved. But there's a lot of content on YouTube that has motivational speakers with music in the background. And one of the features of this application is to access podcasts from many of the individuals who are in those motivational videos, like David Goggins and many, many others. He's not the only one. I don't know why he came to mind first, but that's just sort of my train of thought. Alright, so it looks like task 4 is complete. We're gonna rebuild the app and validate that it works. I don't even know what I'm validating. Let's see. This is the most substantial task yet, and it holds up well. The boundary discipline is airtight. Claude found a restriction in agent limits that the Sprint Doc Task 4 language did not explicitly anticipate. The Sprint document sanctioned the repo arm, but never said anything about available sources, and Claude correctly treated silence as not sanctioned rather than implicitly allowed. That's the right default posture for a restricted surface. The fact that this is recorded both in the document and as a code comment means nobody discovers this gap by surprise later. It's exactly the kind of self-documenting decision the decision logs convention was built for. Okay. No. I mean, I used to work for a gym. I used to work for LA Fitness, and I used to go around town with some free membership or free day passes, like a 3-day pass. So that's how I would market. So I was in membership sales, but I never really I never had much marketing experience beyond that. I thought maybe if I started a YouTube, then that could be one form of marketing. One gap in the report. The heuristic refactor is good. Item 3 got cut off mid-sentence in what you pasted. I appreciate it, Johnny. Thanks for stopping by, man. I will definitely be continuing to document this journey. I've really appreciated the little bit of success that I have achieved thus far, which is like the shorts that I've been posting and the other videos that I'm posting. My long form videos don't do too well, but that's okay. The shorts, I've been getting like 1,000 views on my shorts, which has been great to see. It gives me a little bit of hope that maybe if I just stay consistent enough, then I'll start to see some growth. Overall verdict: every open item from the prior review is now resolved, such as catalog track wrapper, correctly scoped, it's well documented, keeps audio item clean, okay, that's good. Provider.internet archive, real enum case, explicit ARM, no fall through masking. Regression discipline, LibriVox change re-verified against all prior known cases before being accepted. Alright, that all sounds good. Yes, proceed with commit message. Is it just me who does this where I ask my agent to give me like a good commit message? I feel like I'm kind of skipping some steps by not writing my own commit message. Like, it makes me a little nervous that I'm doing that. Because I don't even read the whole commit message. Like, the commit message that it gives me is just so comprehensive. And I feel like the reason I post what it gives me is because I can reference it historically. So it's like, it's in the Git logs. If something goes wrong, at least there's a Git commit message. Even if it's long, that's referenceable. Long form, you have to target keywords. Short form, they're pushing you in short algorithms, so it's easier to get viewers. Oh, for sure, easier to get viewers in the shorts. Definitely has been easier to get viewers in the shorts. The long form, I'm still kind of playing around figuring it out. I've been watching some YouTube videos on how to start this journey in YouTube, and one of the things that they've mentioned is that it takes a little bit of tweaking, refining, so that you can kind of successfully plant your feet in whatever niche I'm going to be in. I'm trying to, like, I like vibe coding, but that's not even why I started the YouTube channel initially. I started it because I wanted to live stream myself learning how to use an open source hardware platform for security, for breaking encryption, like AES. And there's a, like I said, open source hardware platform for like $60 that I purchased, and there's some labs online. Yeah, so I'm sort of debating, like, do I want to stay in vibe coding niche? Do I want to go hardware security niche? So I'm kind of playing around with both niches a little bit, because I've always had an interest in hardware security. But I've always, this project, this Simulison app that I've been building, I've been wanting to build it for a long time, and so I thought it would be cool to just kind of live stream the journey as well. %, it takes a while for YouTube to know who your audience is. Yeah. I posted this really funny video in my shorts. I thought it was gonna blow up because it was like, I'll go through my YouTube shorts and I'll like come across like a really silly video with silly music, and I just end up watching like loops. I'll watch that same short over and over and over just because it's like very stimulating, even though it's silly. So I posted one like that thinking it was gonna blow up, and it ended up getting like a fraction of what my average has been. It did not do very good. So does task 4 allow me to actually see change in the UI? Yeah, what did I do? I did this really silly point of view. Really silly point of view. Point of view, you realize vibe coding is more than just a meme. Why is there no audio? It's not playing. This is something you are doing full-time or part-time? This is definitely part-time. Part-time. I'd enjoy doing it more often. Part-time for the time being. Oh, here we go. I thought this was hilarious. Yeah, nobody. The algorithm did not like that. I tried to copy what other people are doing. But YouTube's like, no, you need to keep doing more authentic shorts. I think it was because I used a song that's just so popular and that there's other people using that song. So I like my short tried to, the algorithm like put my short in a really saturated space. Task 5 is the next task worth prompting if you want to start moving to see something visible. Okay, let's proceed with task 5. They don't like the AI monkey, no. They do not. Let's proceed with, and I actually got that idea from Kalshi. You know that betting app? Kalshi betting monkey video. I think that's what it was. It was the I don't know. Kalshi monkey ad. Yeah, this one right here. This little guy. I took a screenshot of this and I asked Gemini to make me a monkey. Yeah. I was like, Gemini, make a chill looking monkey, and he's a vibe coder. And then it made an image, and then I was like, transform this image into a video of the monkey, real chill vibe coding. And then I did that for like a couple different screenshots. And then I added some trendy music. And I was like, all right, give me a couple good example titles that I could do. And then point of view, you realize vibe coding is more than just a meme. And I was like, this is going to be a hit. I mean, every time I watched it, and I showed it to a couple friends, and they thought it was hilarious. All right, let's proceed with task 5. I hope I can get this music integrated tonight. Because, so for example, what I can do right now, I'm on a Gemini plan only because I get a year for free because I still have a student email, and if you signed up in a certain window, they gave you Gemini Pro for free. So I'm using Gemini as well, but I use it more for just like bouncing ideas off of and image generation. If I ever run out of image generation or video generation on Perplexity, I end up using that. I did, Andres, how's it going, man? I did and deploy one SaaS product. You deployed one SaaS product and have 0 clients. All right. Well, 0 is where, that's a starting point. Came here to learn how to see. came here to learn how to see. Yeah, I'm doing that myself, trying to learn how to go from zero. I mean, I have a couple people using my application currently, and they're people that I know personally, mostly. I haven't really optimized any marketing strategy. Other than word of mouth. But I figured if I can start a YouTube channel documenting my journey doing it, I mean, this might not even be the application that I end up working. I mean, I don't know. I set 100,000 users as the goal, and I'm just gonna work on the application until I get more people using it. How long did it take you to build your product, Andres? And I'm not charging for my application right now. It's just a beta. I just have a beta app, and it's only available on iOS, Apple Store. I'm using Swift UI. 4 months, 15 hours a day. That's what you're saying, that you worked on it for like 15 hours a day for 4 months? Yeah, that's a full-time job right there. How do you validate demand for a product? Just do like market research? What's up, Nick? Nick assumes 4 months, 1 hour straight from first comment. Yeah. What is Proyecto? Ah, project. Okay. Language barrier. Four months. 4 months to build a product. When did you finish the project, Andres? Yeah. Necesito practicar. Muy bien. February to May. Okay. Johnny says Facebook groups, apps, sumo groups. These places have a lot of lifetime deal buyers that buy software as services a lot. Andres had to stop and start thinking on distribution and selling. to start thinking on distribution and selling the boring part. Yeah. It's fun to build things. What is like the general value proposition that your software offers, Andres? Until I don't find anyone that use it for free, I have no excuses to extend it. Until you don't find anyone that will use it for free, you don't want to have people using it for free, right? You want people to be buying it. I think for the iOS app that I'm building, Test Flight, how many beta users can I have on my Test Flight app? Okay, so you can have up to 10,000 users on Test Flight. So the application that I'm building is on Test Flight, so I can have up to 10,000. So once I get to 10,000, I can I think I'm going to release it to the App Store before I get to 10,000. But that's just one limit to consider. Reddit groups of said niche, Johnny says. Okay, and Johnny, were you talking about like validating demand for your product? Or you were saying that Andres should go to these places where people might buy his software as a service? Yeah, I'm marketing, man. That's definitely going to be something to consider. Sooner than later is better. How do you do all that? How do you build a software? How do you market the software when you're building it by yourself? Like, what is the best way to build a product and market the product? And to Johnny's point, I think this is what something you mentioned. You got to validate that there's demand for the product. Value proposition is one of your quotes. You ask for a feature, the agent delivers it in the most locally convenient way, not the most structurally correct one. Yeah, 4 months is a long time to be working on something that you hope will provide some kind of return on your investment in the time. Especially if it took resources, like you had to spend money to build it as well. Well, that's good. If you use it yourself, that's kind of what I, justify with my application here, is like just trying to build a good product for myself. So this application I'm building would be competing with some very large players in the audio player market, which is very scary. because they could implement this technology incredibly easy, but they haven't yet, and there's some terms of service restrictions that prevent me from integrating an API from like Spotify or Apple Music. So I'm not able to integrate APIs from these companies that host the audio that I would like to use. So I'll have to get my own licensing deals with the music providers. But for the time being, I'm trying to create as lean of a software as possible, such that I don't have to have any kind of overhead compute resources to store music. I'm leveraging remote catalogs that are non-copyright, so I'm able to refine the proof of concept. The ideal user would be somebody who enjoys listening to audiobooks, listening to podcasts, and enjoys listening to motivational YouTube videos. There's like a niche out there of people who listen to motivational videos. Motivational video. So there's some creators out there who do a lot of these types of videos where, like, this guy's got 3.5 million subscribers, just about 3.45, and all these videos they're just videos that are they're compilations of podcasts. So, like, a lot of these videos, they're compilations of podcasts or scenes from a movie, or a snippet from a speech, and they put those audio files of these individuals who are speaking behind music, and they charge people up. They get people super motivated to chase their goals. And I'm one of those people who used to listen to a lot of these. I don't listen to them as much anymore, but every now and then I'll like go to the gym and I'll find one of these videos and I'll listen to it because it takes me back. And so one of the capabilities for Simulison, which is the application that I'm building, is to create your own experience with the music and the speaker. And so, do you have a Max 5, or Andres, are you asking me if I have a Max 5 or the $20 plus one? Yeah, so for, to answer your question, Johnny, who the ideal user is, I mean, this audience of these YouTube content creators, I would say is definitely like my target audience, or at least one of them. No, I don't have a subscription. There's this application is only available in test flight. My token speed looks low. It could definitely be low. I don't know. I'm using Fable, and I have like the regular Claude subscription. I'm paying the $20. I'm paying the $20 per month Claude subscription. Yeah, I have the Pro plan. The Pro. I mean, the day that I thought about this application was like a couple years ago, actually. I was going to listen to an audiobook that I just bought on my phone, and I was going to listen to this audiobook on a run in my neighborhood, and I was like, so excited to listen to this book. But once I started that run, I'm like, man, I need something to listen to that's going to like pump me up like music. So I decided to listen to music instead of the audiobook. And then I just remember feeling like so disappointed that I couldn't play some kind of inspirational background music that didn't have lyrics while I listened to my audiobook. I wasn't able to do that, and I was disappointed because I was like, I do this all the time when I'm at my house. I just pull up on YouTube, and I go to I type in like hip hop instrumental music, and you can find like a bunch of different stuff. And this is just for like exercise. If I'm driving my car, I might want to listen to something more ambient or more deep focus, like deep focus coding music. So here's an example. I'll play a podcast on Simulisten right now. So I'm on Simulisten. I go to the dual audio player card, which is where you have both of you have the learning player card and then you have the music player card. And in the learning player card, I select the podcast pill, and I'm going to click vibe coding. I've been listening to this vibe coding podcast for a little while. I really like it. It's given me some inspiration on how I want to approach my vibe coding practice. So I'll play just a quick
Picture this.
snippet.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning on a random Tuesday.
Oh, nothing good ever happens at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday.
Right, never. So there's this senior engineer working at a massively funded logistics startup, and he is just staring at his monitor.
That's kind of the idea. Is you have 2 audio tracks. You select the one that you want to listen to in terms of spoken form content. And so right now the application can currently search up any
His
podcast.
own name is on it.
His own name is right there on the command.
So I can go into the discovery window here. There's this blue button, and I click on the podcast section, and I can click on any of these. These are just presets, but you can search for anything here. Yeah, that's a big consideration, is the type of audio that's playing should definitely be conducive for background music. I mean, because it's going to be different for everyone. Not everyone's going to want to listen to the same kind of background music. And that's kind of where things get a lot more complex, is how do I allow users to access music options that they would prefer? And that's really what the focus will become once I get to a point with the proof of concept that feels like I'm ready to start making that shift. Because all I'm trying to do right now is create an application that can remotely access these audio tracks, because what I did for the initial build was I had to locally install audio files, or I would locally have the files stored in the software. And now I'm getting to a point where the files no longer need to be locally stored in the software. They can be accessed through remote API calls, and that was sort of like a really exciting point for me to get to, because for the last few weeks I've had to manually download MP3 files and then put them in folders, which is just not ideal and is not scalable. And I met with a business coach at my school, and he encouraged me to continue working on it as well. And he even offered to have my software introduced to one of his classes that he teaches, and to have a couple of the business students that he teaches work with me, which sounded like an exciting opportunity to work with other people, but also gain exposure to a different angle of the business side of things. So it looks like I was able to integrate the music into Simulation now, which is really what I wanted to accomplish before I had finished up for the night. And I already know I'm not going to be thrilled with the music options that are available, because all of these catalogs have such horrible music options. They're just so bad. But I need to just get this part out of the way to sort of establish the proof of concept. All right, so that was a 16-minute session for Fable. I am almost at a stopping point, and then I'm going to wrap up. Good catch, carrying source manager, forward. That gap would have broken main for anyone pulling after. Yeah, I'm getting tired, and I realize I'm just accepting things. Like my cognitive functioning is low. Andres says, my target audience are founders like me. You vibe code your project and add Actum, do passes, architect studies, tear down, build better, cybersecurity and reliability investigation, and hunts bugs. That's terrific. All right, happy to connect. Let me think about how I can share my contact. I have an email if you want to email me. Sure. That sounds cool. Yeah, what's the best way to get in touch? I've been meaning to make a Discord. Let me do that real quick. I'm making a Discord, and I'll share that with you. Okay. Yeah, I need a minute to log into my Discord here. All right. I have my Discord now. I'll post that in the chat. It's just Q Strike on Discord. Sorry, it took me a minute. Do you have a Discord, Andres? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's good. That works too. All right, terrific. I appreciate that. I'm getting tired, and if I start committing my changes when I'm this tired, I just don't feel like I'm going to be doing myself any favors, so. Provide a prompt for a new thread that will begin the my next session. I can hold on to the ambient chill screenshot gap and the classical data quality as your running list. Alright, this was a successful session because I was able to get the... Oh, wait. That's strange. I spoke too soon. Let me rebuild the application. Get push. It's up to date.
What? Oh, God. Okay, whatever.
I'll have to fix that tomorrow or whenever. Alright, that's going to... Yeah, I'm just getting too tired to continue working on this, so I need to stop. Alright, thank you for stopping by. I'm just gonna have to call it a night before I break anything. But this is pretty good progress nonetheless. There's a couple things that didn't quite go the way that I thought it was gonna go. These music selections are not in the right place. They need to be in content discovery. This blue button here is a content discovery button. When I click over here on music, that is where all of these options should populate. So it's not in the right place. But we'll fix that later. I am glad that these audio files are being received through remote access, so that's a good thing. We'll fix that. I will at least note that this is happening. The remote, the application is displaying audio file options without the ability to actually play them. Additionally, the discover music options for this located incorrectly. The music catalog discovery option is located in the wrong place. The user should select the blue plus button in the middle of the navigation bar. It is the content discovery button, content discovery view button. Which says add content at the top. When the user selects the music pill, this is the location where all of the music options that are being accessed remotely should live. Right now, they are in the wrong place in the library. In the library view, the user should access them initially through the content discovery view, then select the audio files that they want to be stored in the library view. Do we need to make changes to the existing Sprint document? Alright, Andres, I see this. Try this. Ask Fable to delegate to Sonnet and Gate critique review the results. Will be similar, faster, and would include adversary. Okay, so you want me to ask Fable to delegate to Sonic, Gate critique review the results. Yeah, I'd like to do that. Maybe we can have a follow-up conversation about that. Because I'm just so tired right now. I just kind of, I'm trying to get to a stopping point. I would like to try something like that, though, where I ask the agent to delegate other tasks like that. need to go to bed. I need to go to bed. I'm going to play some music. This music track is a track that I made with 11 Labs. See right here. I made this with 11 Labs. I wanted a song that sounded like the XX, the intro, if you've ever heard that. This song right here, if you ever heard of this one, I wanted to make a song that sounded kind of similar. So I had 11 Labs. I prompted 11 Labs to make something that was similar, and it made this for me. cool. I'll check it out. I've just updated my Sprint doc for the simulation. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I do the same thing sometimes with stuff. That's pretty good. It's good to get good deals on those kinds of plans. I'm paying like $5 a month for Perplexity, so I just use it. I like the way that you're thinking. I'm so tired. My body is begging me to go to sleep right now. This UI has 3 different themes going on. It's crazy. Are you talking about my screen? The screen that I have up? Yeah, I don't know. When does one call themselves a developer? Like, at what point can you say that you're a developer? I'm comfortable with basic Git commands. Oh, yeah, the iPhone app. Yeah, I'm not the cosmetic to this application is kind of funky. I'll be honest. I definitely am interested in redesigning the theme, the cosmetic at a certain point. But the core concept works decently well. I'm not even sure how I would define or describe the themes. Like there's sort of like a different color thing going on. There's the purple and the green. Yeah, it's kind of funky. I don't know how else to describe it. Okay, I have home at the top as header, even though it says you're on the home tab at the bottom. Yeah, that's true. No, you got a good point. That's just redundant, right? Like I should get rid of that up there. That's a great suggestion, actually. I've just gotten so complacent with some of the design aspects. I've been trying to get the remote audio catalogs incorporated so that I can move away from locally stored audio files, which is how I built this application in the beginning. I'm gonna make a note to get rid of that home thing up there. Get rid of the home title at the top of the UI home screen because it is already stated in the navigation bar. I'm getting to the end of my work session just because I'm like so exhausted, and I don't know if I commit changes right now, I'm probably gonna regret it. So I'm just trying to get to a good stopping point so I can work on this tomorrow. Something like search there instead, maybe, or a logo for the app. Yeah, a logo would be good. You mean like a search, like a magnifying glass or some kind of search functionality or feature? Or nothing at all, maybe. Something could go there, you're right though. And profile and settings don't really have any, they're just kind of placeholders. I just kind of put some random stuff there, and I've got 2 gear icons here, so there's some stuff that I definitely gotta clean up here. Yeah, I kind of got that sense. I appreciate the question though, and the comment. Put in a good couple hours. I was only planning on doing like 2 hours tonight, and it's been almost 4 or 5. No, about 4 and a half, almost 4.5, which is fine. The longer the stream goes on, the more opportunity there is for other people to participate and help me. But I am tired, and I gotta go to work tomorrow, so I want to get some sleep. But I'm trying to be a little more consistent in showing up and even doing just like an hour or 2. But today was a good today was a good day. I was able to get the music catalog integrated, not fully, but it is definitely partially integrated right here. Discover music, and I go to ambient, and it's searching for tracks, and it's going to find a couple different tracks. There are those audio tracks. Unfortunately, I cannot even play them yet, but similar to the podcast integration, I can go to the podcast content discovery, and I can select any of these presets, so like technology, and it's going to search up podcasts that have to do with technology. What I've been searching up lately is like vibe coding, and I already added a couple of those podcasts. And what I can do now is I go into my learning player card, right, the dual audio player card, and then I can click on the podcast that I want to listen to, and I'm giving you just a quick demo here.
Picture this. It is 2 o'clock in the morning on a random Tuesday.
Oh, nothing good ever happens at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday.
Right, never. So there's this
For a new feature. You glance at it, the syntax highlighting looks right.
the linter isn't throwing any red squiggly lines,
It compiles, so you just hit proof.
which leads us right into the trap. Shimoda calls it the autocomplete trap, and it is seductive precisely because it preys on that decision fatigue.
Because the code the AI generates is locally plausible.
Locally plausible. That is the perfect phrase.
It really is. If you look at any 10 lines of the generated code in total isolation, it makes sense.
The loops close. The variables are typed correctly.
It compiles. It even passes the old pre-existing unit tests. So you accept it, piece by piece, file by file.
And the consequences are terrifying. Hours later, or maybe days later, a subsystem of your application has grown by 2This brilliant, hard and fast
Yeah, I had my mic volume down. I was trying to demo the Dual Audio app for our friend here who's stopping by. Post sprint. Okay, so I have, I think, successfully defined the stopping point for tonight. The stopping point is that I realized something broke or something was configured incorrectly. The content discovery button has a music discovery tab, and there's nothing here. This view was created in a different location in the app. This Discover Music selection right here that says Browse Free Background Music by Preset, that belongs, like, this button shouldn't exist at all. When I click that button, we get this Discover Music view. But this view should only be accessible from the Discover, this blue button, this plus sign, Music tab over here. So I have to fix that before continuing to move forward. So that is the stopping point, is I have documented this situation in my sprint document. So we worked all the way up to task 5. Now we're on task 6, relocate catalog to add content, which is exactly what defines how we're gonna fix this situation. So I think I just gotta call it here and just call it a night. So I appreciate everyone who stopped by. Andres, thanks for reaching out. I look forward to being able to chat more. But for now, I need to go get some sleep. So I will be back on. You can count on that. So I'll see you next time. That's gonna be it for tonight. All right, thanks. Likewise.